time the captain took the Duchess of Federal's carriage for the joyride.
No, he didn't. He drove it straight to the pub and back.
Oh, and don't forget the time he got caught passing a love note to the lizard councillor's wife.
Is that why we never sail to Youthful Gore anymore?
Speaking of youthful gore, that loopy legionnaire really thinks that orky charm loves him.
I wouldn't let it all within 500 yards of my loving nature.
Psst! Ever hear about the time the captain took the Duchess of Federal's carriage for the joyride? Yes, sir. As
No,
fine
he
a
didn't. He
specimen
drove it
as
straight
one
to the
of her
pub and back.
stock, sir. Oh, and don't forget the time he got caught passing a love note to the lizard councillor's wife.
Is that why we never sail to Youthful Gore anymore?
Speaking of youthful gore, that loopy legionnaire really thinks that orky charm loves him.
I wouldn't let it all within 500 yards of my loving nature.
Psst! Ever hear about the time the captain took the Duchess of Federal's carriage for the joyride?
No, he didn't. He drove it straight to the pub and back.
Oh, and don't forget the time he got caught passing a love note to the lizard councillor's wife.
Is that why we never sail to Youthful Gore anymore?
Speaking of youthful gore, that loopy legionnaire really thinks that orky charm loves him.
I wouldn't let it all within 500 yards of my loving nature.
Skeletons, you know the story. Ever hear about the time the captain took the Duchess of Federal's carriage for the joyride?
No, he didn't. He drove it straight to the pub and back.
Oh, and don't forget the time he got caught passing a love note to the lizard councillor's wife.
Is that why we never sail to Youthful Gore anymore?
Speaking of youthful gore, that loopy legionnaire really thinks that orky charm loves him.
I wouldn't let it all within 500 yards of my loving nature.
Psst! Ever hear about the time the captain took the Duchess of Federal's carriage for the joyride?
No, he didn't. He drove it straight to the pub and back.
Sauce? Here? In Seal? Bah! Of all the cursed hunks of rock to land on, Conrad chooses this one. A ship's got a soul too, you know. You did a mighty fine thing saving that barge. For those of us raised in crews instead of families, it's kin to saving a fellow man. Madness! Thought we were done with those swampy uglies a fortnight ago. Note, though, that none of them dared to come close to the tide splitter. Oh, and don't forget the time he got caught passing a love note to the lizard councillor's...
Sauce? Here in Seal? Ah, of all that cursed hunks of rock to land on, Conrad chooses this one. A ship's got a soul too, you know. You did a mighty fine thing saving that barge. Who knows if it's even over for sure.
Oh, and don't forget the time he got caught passing a love note
Oh,
to the lizard...
hail the rain spirit. That was a fine display of magicianship, it was. Or who knew what he was doing, bringing in a source hunter, didn't he? I thought the old gal's fate was sealed when the arch shaman set his fiery gaze on her sails. But you managed to rescue her from a watery grave. Closest thing to a miracle I've ever seen.
Oh, and don't forget the time he got caught passing a love note to the lizard councillor's
Yes, sir.
wife. As fine a specimen as one of her stock, sir. Speaking of youthful gore, that loopy legionnaire really thinks that orky charm loves him.
I wouldn't let it all within 500 yards of my loving nature.
Psst! Ever hear about the time the captain took the Duchess of Federal's carriage for the joyride?
No, he didn't. He drove it straight to the pub and back.
Oh, and don't forget the time he got caught passing a love note to the lizard councillor's wife.
Is that why we never sail to Youthful Gore anymore?
Speaking of youthful gore, that loopy legionnaire really thinks that orky charm loves him.
Sailor, what news from the mainland?
500 yards of my
Oh,
lovely
nothing
nature.
new, sir. Zombies, skeletons, you know the story.
Took the Duchess of Fiddle's carriage for the joyride.
Ha! No, it ain't.
Sauce? Here? In Sicily? Bah!
Ahoy, sailor! Are you enjoying the fresh winds of Sicily?
Sadly, you don't go anymore.
Speaking of youthful gore, that loopy legionnaire really thinks
Name's
that...
Conrad. Cargo trader, sea captain, an expert in all things nautical. Folks across Andervale know to give old Conrad a holler when it comes to rare imports and magical items. Those orcs must be out of their barbarous minds launching an attack on a city where a great wizard resides. Though even I must admit they put up a hearty effort. I'll tell you, the only time I'd consider waging a suicide campaign like that would be if whatever I sought was something worth dying over.
Oh, within 500 yards of my lovely nature.
Ever hear about the time the captain took the Duchess of Fiddle's carriage for the joyride?
Ha! No, it ain't. He drove it straight to the pub and back.
Oh, and don't forget the time he got caught passing a love note to the Lizard Councillor's wife.
Is that why we never sail to Yathalgore anymore?
Speaking of youthful gore, that loopy legionnaire really thinks that orky charm loves him.
I
Is that
wouldn't let it all
Bert?
within 500 yards of my lovely nature.
Yes, sir. As fine a specimen as one of her stock,
The
sir.
captain took the Duchess of Fiddle's carriage for the joyride.
Ha! No, it ain't. He drove it straight to the pub and back.
Oh, and don't forget the time he got caught passing a love note to the Lizard Councillor's wife.
Is that why we never sail to Yathalgore anymore?
Speaking of youthful gore, that loopy legionnaire really thinks that orky charm loves him.
I wouldn't let it all within 500 yards of my lovely nature.
Ever hear about the time the captain took the Duchess of Fiddle's carriage for the joyride?
Ha! No, it ain't. He drove it straight to the pub and back.
Sailor, what
Oh,
news
and
from the
don't
mainland?
forget the time he got
Oh,
caught
nothing
passing
new,
a
sir.
love note to the Lizard
Zombies,
Councillor's
skeletons,
wife.
you know the
Is that
story.
why we never sail to Yathalgore anymore?
Speaking of youthful gore, that loopy legionnaire really thinks that orky charm loves him.
I wouldn't let it all within 500 yards of my lovely nature.
Ever hear about the time the captain took the Duchess of Fiddle's carriage for the joyride?
Ha! No, it ain't. He drove it straight to the pub and back.
Oh, and don't forget the time he got caught passing a love note to the Lizard Councillor's wife.
Is that why we never sail to Yathalgore anymore?
Speaking of youthful gore, that loopy legionnaire really thinks that orky charm loves him.
I wouldn't let it all within 500 yards of my lovely nature.
Ever hear
Is
about
that
the time
Bert
the captain
still
took
right?
the Duchess of Fiddle's carriage
Yes,
for the
sir.
joyride?
As fine a specimen as
No,
one
it
of her
ain't.
stock,
He drove it
sir.
straight to the pub and back.
Ahoy, sailor! Are you enjoying the fresh winds of Sicily?
Never sail to Yathalgore anymore.
Speaking of youthful gore, that loopy legionnaire really thinks that orky charm loves him.
I wouldn't let it all within 500 yards of my lovely nature.
Ever hear about the time the captain took the Duchess of Fiddle's carriage for the joyride?
Ha! No, it ain't. He drove it straight to the pub and back.
Oh, and don't forget the time he got caught passing a love note to the Lizard Councillor's wife.
Is that why we never sail to Yathalgore anymore?
Speaking of youthful gore, that loopy legionnaire really thinks that orky charm loves him.
I wouldn't let it all within 500 yards of my lovely nature.
Ever hear about the time the captain took the Duchess of Fiddle's carriage for the joyride?
Ha! No, it ain't. He drove it straight to the pub and back.
Oh, and don't forget the time he got caught passing a love note to the lizard councillor's wife.
Is that why we never sail to Youthful Gore anymore?
Speaking of youthful gore, that loopy legionnaire really thinks that orchid charm loves him.
I wouldn't let an orc within 500 yards of my loving nature.
Psst! Ever heard about the time the captain took the Duchess of Federal's carriage for the joyride?
Ha! Knowing him, he drove it straight to the pub and back.
Oh, and don't forget the time he got caught passing a love note to the lizard councillor's wife.
Is that why we never sail to Youthful Gore anymore?
Speaking of youthful gore, that loopy legionnaire really thinks that orchid charm loves him.
I wouldn't let an orc within 500 yards of my loving nature.
Psst! Ever heard about the time the captain took the Duchess of Federal's carriage for the joyride?
Ha! Knowing him, he drove it straight to the pub and back.
Oh, and don't forget the
A
time...
home, a livelihood, all sunk in a matter of minutes while we could do nothing but look on.
That loopy legionnaire really thinks that orchid charm loves him.
I wouldn't let an orc within 500 yards of my loving nature.
Psst! Ever heard about the time the captain...
Well, we were merchants what seems like a moment ago. With our ship sunk, we're little more than 3 men with nothing more to say than boo. These damn orcs. They can't keep off this place for the life of them. They came in here slinging fireballs and swinging swords. Wasn't a thing we could do to defend ourselves. With our ship gone, nothing for it but to get a job. Slim pickings around here, that's for sure. Maybe you can keep an eye out, though. That was a right stunning show of magic you pulled, it was. Wish you'd have been around when our own barge went down in flames.
Don't forget the time he got caught passing a love note to the...
Have you found us a job yet? We'll take anything. Really? Well, we were merchants what seems like a moment ago. These bleeding orcs. I can't keep off this place for the life of them. They came in here, slinging... Well, you never know when something might turn up. That was a right stunning show of magic you pulled, it was. Wish you'd been around when our own barge went.
Have you found us a job yet? We'll take anything, really. Well, we were merchants. Ah, these bleeding orcs. They can't keep up. Well, you never know when something might... That was a right stunning show of magic you pulled, it was. Wish you'd been around when our own barge went down in flames. Oh, and don't forget the time he got caught passing a love note to the lizard councillor's wife. Yes, sir.
Is that why we never sailed to Youthful Gore anymore?
Speaking of youthful gore, that loopy legionnaire really thinks that orchid charm loves him.
You there? Where can a few honest sailors find a living wage around here?
Ever heard about the time the captain took the Duchess of Federal's carriage for the joyride?
Knowing him, he drove it straight to the pub and back.
Ah, curse the gods! Is it so difficult to find a day of
He
labour?
got caught passing a love note to the lizard councillor's wife.
Is that why we never sailed to Youthful Gore anymore?
Speaking of youthful gore, that loopy legionnaire really thinks that orchid charm loves him.
I wouldn't let an orc within 500 yards of my loving nature.
Ever heard about the time the captain took the Duchess of Federal's carriage for the joyride?
Ha! Knowing him, he drove it straight to the pub and back.
Oh, and don't forget the time he got caught passing a love note to the lizard councillor's wife.
Is that why we never sailed to Youthful Gore anymore?
Oh, a source hunter. Who better to ask?
That loopy legionnaire really
You
thinks
there!
that orchid
Where
charm
can a
loves
few
him.
honest sailors find a living wage around here?
yards of my loving nature.
Ever heard about the
the time the captain took the Duchess of Fell's carriage for a joyride?
Curse the gods. Is it so difficult to find
You
a day
there.
of labour?
Where can a few honest sailors find a living wage around here?
And don't forget the time you got caught
Ah,
passing a
curse
lot
the
of
gods!
councils
Is it
of
so
war.
difficult to find a day of labour?
You there. Where can a few honest sailors find a living wage around here?
That loopy legionnaire really thinks that orchid charm loves him.
Ask the source hunter. Go on.
500 yards of my lovely nature.
Ever hear about the time the captain took the Duchess of Fell's carriage for a joyride?
No, it is. He drove it straight to the pub and back.
And don't forget the time.
Curse the gods.
Is it
Is
so
it so
difficult to find a day of
labour?
Ah, curse the gods! Is it so difficult to find a day of labour?
Speaking of youthful gore, that loopy legionnaire really thinks that orchid charm loves him.
I wouldn't let it all win 500 yards.
Oh, a source hunter. Who better to ask?
Ever hear about the time the captain took the Duchess of Fell's carriage
Ah,
for a
curse
joyride?
the gods! Is it so difficult to find a day of labour?
And don't forget the time you got caught passing a love note to the lizard councillor's wife.
Is that why we never sailed the youth of war anymore?
Speaking of youthful gore, that loopy legionnaire really thinks that orchid charm loves him.
I wouldn't let it all win 500 yards of my lovely nature.
Ever hear about the time the captain took the Duchess of Fell's carriage for a joyride?
Curse the gods. Is it so difficult to find a day of labor?
And don't forget the time you got caught passing a love note to the lizard councillor's wife.
A source hunter! Who better to ask?
Speaking of youthful gore, that loopy legionnaire really thinks that orchid charm loves him.
I wouldn't let it all win 500 yards of my lovely nature.
Ever hear about the time the captain took the Duchess of Fell's carriage for a joyride?
No, it ain't. He drove You it
there.
straight to the pub and back. Where can a few honest sailors
Oh, a
find
source
a
hunter.
wage around
Who
here?
better to ask?
Is that why we never sailed the youth of war?
Ask the source hunter. Go on.
Speaking
Oh,
of
hail the rain spirit. That was a I thought the old gal's fate was sealed when the arch shaman set his fiery gaze.
Ever hear about the time the captain took the Duchess of Fell's carriage for a joyride?
Curse the gods. Is
Ever
it
hear
so
about the
difficult to
time the
find a day
captain
of
took
labour?
the Duchess of Fell's carriage for a joyride?
said to him, I said myself, if I don't start...
All hail the rain spirit. That was a... I thought the old girl's fate was sealed when the orcs... These boss men respect confidence, you know. And so what did he say?
Well, what does it matter? Day labour's more suited to my nature anyhow.
Yes, honest pay for an honest day.
Steady, boys, steady. We'll be leaving as soon as we're packed up.
I can't even smell the sea air over this pond.
Moo-wee!
Garbage.
Moo-wee!
Sauce? Here in Sicil? Nah. Of all the cursed stunks of rock to land on, Conrad chooses this one.
Plenty of fish in the sea, but I've got the foulest of the lot on my legs. Plenty of fish in the sea, but I've got the foulest of the lot on my racks. Fancy a sip, skipper? You deserve a drink after handling them orcs. I used to see orcs in every shadow when I had too much rum. Now, I see them sober.
Steady, boys, steady. We'll be leaving as soon as we're packed up.
Plenty of fish in the sea, but I've got the foulest of the lot on my racks.
All careful now. Never know when those green beasts are gonna launch another blaze.
Moo-wee!
Plenty of fish in the sea.
Yes, honest pay for an honest day. I don't know how you did that hocus pocus, but boy am I grateful. Nothing worse than seeing a fine vessel like that disappear beneath the waves. I thought the old gal's fate was sealed when the orcs shaved.
Save that ship all by your lonesome. Quite the feat, if I had a thought.
Your gauge, and I'll handle this threat for all our sakes.
She wouldn't hurt a fly, and I won't let you pack a horn on her head.
Bringing your little orcish girlfriend here is like bringing a wolf to a hen house.
All hail the rain spirit. That was a fine display of magicianship, it was.
I need an extra gold piece and now I'll walk out.
Oh, hail the rain spirit. That was a fine display of me.
Speaking of youthful gore, that loopy legionnaire really thinks that orky charm loves him.
Have you found us a job yet? We'll take anything, really.
At the time, the captain took the Duchess of Feather's carriage for the joy.
Have you found us a job yet? We'll take anything. Really?
Have you found us a job yet? We'll take anything, really.
Is that why we never sail to Ythulgore anymore?
Shores? Here? Inside seal? Bah! Of all...
Sauce? Here in Sicil? Of all...
Speaking of youthful gore, that loopy legion...
Ahoy, sailor! Are you enjoying the fresh winds of Sicil?
You ever hear about the time the captain took
Shores? Here? Inside seal? Bah!
Straight to the bubble back.
Oh, and don't forget...
Sailor,
the
what
time
news
you
from
got
the mainland?
forecasting a love
Oh,
note for
nothing
these
new,
accounts,
sir.
boy. Zombies,
Is that
skeletons,
why we
you
never
know the
sail to
story.
Ythulgore anymore?
Speaking of youthful gore, that loopy legionnaire really is a
No, it is. She drove it straight to the bubble back. These boss men respect confidence, you know. So what did he say?
Well, what does it matter? Day labour's more suited to my nature anyhow.
Yes, honest pay for an honest day.
I said myself, if I don't start earning an extra gold piece an hour, I'll walk out that door.
Good on you. These boss men respect confidence, you know. So what did he say?
I swear I can hear that bleeding cheese version from here.
I used to see orcs in every shadow when I had too much rum. Now, I see them sober. I can't even smell the sea air over this rot.
Steady, boys, steady. We'll be leaving as soon as we're packed up.
I can't even smell the sea air over this rot. I can't even smell the sea air over this rot.
Halt! These gates are to remain closed at all times. Captain's orders. Wait a second. Well, I'll be a little red imp's uncle, the Source Hunter. Sorry for the gruff treatment. I didn't recognise you right away. Please tell me, how can I aid the investigation? You can see security's tighter than ever around here since that surprise attack the Orcs put on a fortnight ago. They did enough damage to shake up Ahu and Captain Aureus something fierce. We can only hope to hold back the undead and these left-field orc attacks long enough for reinforcements to arrive.
I can't even smell the sea air over this pond.
Still thinking about exploring the beach? I don't think you're quite ready to head out into the wilds to me. Also, a party of 1 or 2 runs the risk of being outflanked and outnumbered. I'll bring some backup if I were you. Of course, the choice is yours, but are you sure you want to venture out? Thank you for heeding my words of warning, Hunter. Scythiel needs you alive and well.
Plenty of fish in the sea, but I've got the foulest of the lot on my racks.
This place reeks of orc stench.
Well, a source hunter. A very hearty welcome to our humble warehouse. Have a look around. And don't mind if I pick your brain about the scoop around Undervale. I'm behind on my current affairs. I tell you, this gig sure beats getting my toes bitten off by zombies out in the field. We warehouse guards don't have to do much apart from stroll the perimeter a few times an hour. And of course, every now and again, some friendly folks, like yourself, will wander through here. And nothing beats a pleasant conversation, though my comrade Horatius has quite different opinions on that matter. Have you talked to him? Thinks every man, woman and child who steps foot in this place wants to rob it blind. If I so much as greet a townsperson with a hello instead of a state your purpose, he starts frothing on and on about guardly duty and security breaches. This Jake business is quite the scandal, no? I myself suspect his wife, Esmeralda, and the butcher seconds that, let me tell you. Then again, and you didn't hear this from me, he's going through quite the nasty divorce himself, and there's his children to consider. But I imagine his youngest, Kimberly, won't mind. Never did get on well with her mother ever since the incident. Oh, it's an unparalleled pleasure having a fresh ear around here. Back again? This Jake business is then again. But I imagine his youngest, Kimberly, won't mind. Never did get on well with her mother ever since the incident.
One day you'll show 'em all.
Oh, it's an unparalleled pleasure having a fresh ear around. I tell you, this and have you talked to him? Back again? Got any juicy stories for eager ears?
One day, Moira. One day you'll show 'em all.
Just making conversation, mate.
Mate,
This place
he
reeks
says.
of orc
We are colleagues, nothing more.
Come now, it's just a turn of phrase.
Will you please turn your phrases elsewhere? Keep your pleasantries to yourself. What are you doing inside this warehouse, snooping up? If it's conversation you're looking for, I'd recommend my comrade Florius, or as I prefer to call him, Loose Lips McGee. As for myself, my job is to protect this warehouse, not chit-chat with intruders. That idiot man-child would sooner spend an hour chatting up a thief than a minute arresting him. I only hope he gets transferred out of this warehouse and straight to the perimeter. Let him rot off as zombies here instead of mine. Even thinking of him turns one into a gabbing hen. Please, leave me be.
Well, a source hunter. A very hearty welcome to our humble warehouse. Have a look around. And don't mind if I pick your brain about the scoop around. I tell you. And of course, have you talked to him? Thinks this Jake business is quite the scandal. Then again. But, it's an unparalleled. That fusspot said what? Well, old Loose Lips will let that lowly backbiter know what he thinks about that. Hey, so, something you'd like to say to my face?
I haven't a thing to say to you. I'm on duty.
Duty, indeed. Put up your fists.
Are you mad? We're guards, not drunks on the street.
Enough! But what is this barbarism? Back to your post at once!
Sir, this is an important matter. A matter of
One day,
honor.
Moira.
Such
One day
matters
you'll
are to be
show 'em
settled
all.
on your own time. Understood?
Understood, sir.
Such bickering is all that thieves need to sneak by unnoticed.
It won't happen again, sir.
It better damn well not. Report!
Nothing to report, sir.
You'll never have anything to
This
report.
place reeks of orc
Isn't that a good thing? God, duty's not so bad, hey?
Would be quite a bit better if I could do it in peace.
Just making conversation, mate.
Mate, he says. We are colleagues, nothing more.
Come now, it's just a turn of phrase.
Will you please turn your phrases elsewhere?
That old spoilsport Horatius can gripe all he wants. I won't let him affect my disposition. No, sir.
You've caused enough distractions, I think.
Report! These Dutchmen respect them. So what they say?
Well, what does it matter? Daylight.
God, duty's not so bad. Hey!
Salutations! Source hunters, I see. I'm Sergeant Courteous, proud protector of this house of Legion goods. Courteous is my name. The Legion is my calling. This is a storing house for Legion supplies. Perhaps the most important building in the realm, by my and others' estimation. And I, Sergeant Courteous, have been trusted to guard it.
You've caused enough distractions, I think.
One day, Moira. One day you'll show 'em all. Well, a source hunter. About time the council took us seriously. Maybe you can start with the two idiots hiding their pet orc here.
Avert your gaze, and I'll handle this threat for all our shame.
You part a horn on her head.
Bringing your little orcish girlfriend here is like bringing a wolf to a hen house.
Nonsense. Listen. She's purring.
One day, Moira.
What
One day
fool
you'll
would
show
trust
'em
a
all.
two-bit love potion out of a back-page circular from youthful gore?
Too bad indeed. Not even a skeptic like you can deny
One
it.
day, Moira. One day you'll show 'em all.
When this little charm fades, she'll liberate the flesh from our... Ah! Who better than a proven orc crusher to convince my dumbbell of a friend here that orcs are predators, not pets?
So what they say? Enough of that. I know how dangerous an orc can be, but this one has been reformed. Anyone can see that she's completely docile, but my prejudiced friend here still wants to kill her.
Maybe before the Great Orc Raid we had time to indulge Ninius's idiotic obsessions. But now we're needed at our posts. I can hardly believe I've been wasting time protecting an orc when I should be running them through.
Excuse my friend's violent outbursts. He hasn't enjoyed a woman's touch in quite some time now. It makes him a bit edgy.
Your woman's touch is less of a loving caress and more of a claw shanked brutally through the throat. I'll take my chances as a bachelor, thanks.
My friend here and I were patrolling outside the city walls, when who did I see creeping along the shore but this lovely orcish lady. For a brief second, well, as long as eternity, we locked eyes. Perhaps confused by the butterflies in her stomach, she sprang up and began running, claws bared towards Marius. Fortunately for him, I had the presence of mind to ignore my sword and instead adroitly fling my pouch of trinkets towards her. A vial of love potion shattered over her head, and when she turned to face me, she became instantly enamored. I'm sure she must have been compelled to join the Orcish army under some kind of duress. A lady with such a sweetly savage manner would never willingly join up with those vicious marauders.
I can assure you there wasn't a hint of sweetness in those murderous eyes when she lunged at my throat. She may be confined here for now, but who's telling when she'll escape and who she'll rip to shreds? You see, he'd believe it was noon at midnight if he read it on a printed pamphlet. Please tell me you can reason with him, or ditch reason and use your sword to shave him from his murderous darling.
This place reeks of orc stench.
Good on you. These bossmen respect company. So what do they say?
Well, what does it matter?
Let her live. If that potion were truly worthless, it wouldn't have been able to charm her in the first place. In this docile state, she may prove to be a source of valuable information.
You're right. The information she provides could well turn the tides here in Sicile.
Bravo! I trust not only the potion, but my scaly sweetheart in and of herself.
You're going to regret this. We're all going to regret this.
Too bad indeed. Not even a skeptic like you can deny that she loves me.
An orc in love? Ha! When this little chatting fades, she'll liberate the flesh from our faces.
One day, Moira. One day you'll show them all.
Gloom. Cast your gaze instead upon my fair, fanged filly.
Avert your gaze, and I'll handle this threat for all of
Well, a source hunter. About time the council took us seriously. Maybe you can start with the
Come now, it's just a turn of phrase.
Will you please turn your phrases elsewhere? You've caused enough.
That'll spoil.
Salutations! Source hunters, I see.
This place reeks of orc stench. One day, Moira. One day you'll show them all.
nothing to report, sir.
You never have anything to report.
Isn't that a good thing?
I can't even smell the sea air over this rot.
Size seal, shiver me timbers and sliver me heels.
I can't even smell the sea air over this rot. Plenty of fish in the sea, but I've got the foulest of the lot on my wrecks. Slimy, reeking, rotting sea garbage.
I wouldn't venture too far out of town if I were you. Many legionnaires did so before you. Very few have returned.
I wouldn't venture too far out of town if I were you. Many legionnaires did so before you. Very few have returned.
Murder within the walls, undead outside the walls, and here we legionnaires sit, twiddling our thumbs.
no one's around. You wouldn't raise a fuss if I, borrowed one of these fish, would you?
Borrow indeed. I'll sooner meet a cat wizard than see that merchant repaid.
Come now, I'll be good for it, I swear! Oh, my story's tired by now. I was happy enough, prosperous enough, before these lean times around Sicil began. Still, that doesn't waive a man's need to eat, you know.
Ain't true.
So what do you think? Should I snag a fish?
Fresh haddock. Perfect for a fry-up.
Any takers? Come on, you chicken.
Everyone needs a hand now and then. Take the fish, and none but us will be the wiser.
Sure, everyone needs a hand, but who are we to offer the merchant's hand without his consent? He should leave the fish be.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Get it while it's fresh. This batch is only hours from the sea.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Any takers? Come on, you chicken.
Ethics are fine in theory, but nothing would stop me from helping you through a hard time. This man merely holds that same principle.
That fish simply isn't ours to give. We can't offer it up as though we had the right to do so.
Heavenly herring. Delicious dogfish. Yours for a scrap of gold each. Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Fresh haddock. Perfect for a fry-up.
All right, we'll do it your way.
I suppose you've got a point. Another day, another rumbling belly.
Heavenly herring. Delicious dogfish. Yours for a scrap of gold each. Watch the undead
Morals
quiver
never
in their
fed a
mouldy
hungry man,
boots.
you know.
Fresh haddock. Perfect for a fry-up.
Treasure!
That thief is free for now, but I wonder how long it'll be until his growling belly seduces him back onto the crooked path. Thank you for making that would-be thief see reason. I only hope your instruction lasts. The last thing the plagued people of Sicil need is a thief among them. That thief is free for now, but I wonder how long it'll be until his
Delicious dogfish.
That thief is free for... Thank you for making that would-be thief see reason. I only hope your instruction lasts.
I'm straight. I'm true.
Well, what's this I've spotted?
The earth here seems to have been freshly fertilized and aerated. Obviously, someone has taken great care to maintain this gravesite. Are you sure you want to disturb it?
We and our shovels will do as we please.
We most certainly will not. We'll respect this gravesite by leaving it be.
Whoever's buried here won't notice that we've disturbed the dirt above them.
I'd hate to see you ruin those lovely hands of yours with calluses and dirt.
All right, we'll do it your way.
You step away from the grave.
Moo.
One man's trash is another man's trash. Striking it rich! Fortune!
which of you is more deserving of life? Come, make your case. So, which of you is more deserving of life? Come, make your case. Anybody? Neither of you cares to plead for his very...
She'll realise soon enough that her little party tricks hardly make her worthy of such grave responsibilities.
Anybody? Neither of you cares to plead for his very existence. So, which of you is more deserving of life? Come, make your case. So, which of you is more deserving of life? Come, make your case.
But if one were to reduce the quantity of skull dust by a percentage of 2, perhaps the stability could be increased by as much as 3-fold.
So, which of you is more deserving of life? Come, make your case.
Oh, a source hunter. Imagine that. Quite a bit more petite than the last of your kind I encountered, aren't you? Yes, by nearly 20 centimeters of tibia, as my memory serves. But no matter. Even if it couldn't spare its heartiest specimen, I'm sure the order sent the individual with the next highest probability of success. Yeah?
Who is more deserving of life?
Me?
Come, make...
Why, I'm more than a little surprised you haven't heard of me. Perhaps I can jog your memory. It was I who cured the Duchess of Arata of her unslakable thirst. A simple pinch of Atropa belladonna in her morning tea. I who discovered that aging itself can be halted by a single application of Cicuta Douglasii on the tongue.
Anybody? Neither of you cares to plead for
Not
his
to mention that it's been my guidance that has permitted my apprentice Evelyn to make quite a name for herself around Sicile of late.
Anybody? Neither of you cares.
Yes. If that's how we're referring to the secretive use of a revolutionary healing method she refuses to share with her own master. She's in the other room as we speak. Perhaps you can prevail upon her to offer a demonstration.
Anybody? Neither of you cares to plead for his very existence.
She's gotten hold of a stone, supposedly capable of fantastic feats of healing, but she won't let me take the briefest look at it. But she claims to have gotten the relic from a little northern town, Silverglen by name, and that an abbot there blessed it with the power to heal. Utter rubbish, I say. But with these blasted undead haunting the travel routes, I can hardly march up to Silverglen to learn the truth myself. Well, she certainly possesses a critical eye and an exacting manner when it comes to making difficult medical decisions. I expect she'll be a very successful healer in her own right when the time comes. She is learning from the best, after all. Sorry, but there isn't much work for sailors in a house of medicine. Unless one of them happens to have a secret stash of healing stones. Certainly, what would you like to know? The counsellor. Terrible loss, that. Though we were hardly more than acquaintances, I knew him to be a devoted civil servant. From what I can tell, it seems to be a simple case of jealousy turned violent. The affairs of his wife, Esmeralda, were hardly a secret, you know.
Anybody? Neither of you cares to plead for his very existence.
I've applied myself to that problem for 2 years and still haven't come a step closer to solving it.
make your case.
I declare it an act of the Almighty's, if I believed in such things. Some events, Source Hunter, can be neither controlled nor understood by mere men.
Mysterious healing stone. Interesting indeed.
Nothing sets me on edge like inexplicable magic. So,
We'll have none of that, you hear?
Make your case.
You then, cut it out.
Anybody?
I think I'll stay off that particular device. What? Does the ground turn to glue when you've been naughty around here?
She'll realize soon enough that a little party trick hardly make her worthy.
Anybody?
Great
Neither of you cares to believe in his
responsibilities.
very existence. So, which of you is more deserving of life? Come, make your case.
What do you think you're doing?
Neither of you cares to plead for his very existence. Anybody? Neither of you cares to plead for his very existence.
The tone, soothing the course's troubled mind. Can't have gotten far.
Anybody? Neither of you cares to plead for his very existence. Anybody? Neither of you cares to plead for his very existence. Anybody? Neither of you cares to plead for his very existence.
Those men hardly sound long for this world. What's taking tenderfoot so long?
Anybody? Neither of you cares to plead for his very existence. So, which of you is more deserving of life? Come, make your case. So, which of you is more deserving of life? Come, make your case. Anybody? Neither of you cares to plead for his very existence.
What do you think you're doing?
Anybody? Neither of you cares to plead for his very existence. So, which of you is more deserving of life? Come, make your case.
Tone, soothing a corpse's troubled mind. Can't have gone far. Tone, soothing a corpse's troubled mind.
Neither of you cares
Can't
to
have gotten
leave this
far.
very existence. So, which of you is more deserving of life? Come, make your case. Excuse me? This is a private sick room. Who in the name of the Seven do you think you are barging in here? Out, I say, right this instant. I'm sorry. It's this task. I'm just... Who am I to meddle with life and death this way? I'm an apprentice of the healing arts. Healing! But this decision feels like precisely the opposite. I have but one healing stone, you see, and 2 direly wounded men who need it. I've been racking my brain trying to decide on the best method to settle this grave situation, but perhaps it's better off in the hands of an esteemed source hunter. Surely you are more accustomed to weighing life and death than I. What would you like to know? One of the brave few willing to traverse the trade routes plagued by the undead. A young man, but excellent in matters of business, before he fell victim to an orcish club in the north, that is.
Those men hardly sound long for this world.
Thankfully for him, a cattle trader found him, nearly dead, but not quite so, and brought him here straight away. Quite the venerable staple of Seal, Stephen, and recently blessed with his 3rd grandchild. He was leading a crew of builders when a stray beam struck him in the temple, and only a few days shy of his last day of work before retirement, no less. Nearly everyone in Seal is familiar with grinning Stephen, and, as you can imagine, he's quite dear to his family. Yes, a curious relic indeed. I got it from a kindly abbot, Loic by name, in the northern town of Silver Glen. He is of a certain faith, the Immaculates, they call themselves, that espouses the belief that certain stones can heal wounded flesh. I myself was nothing if not skeptical of his claims, but something happened as he handed me the stone. A small cut on my finger instantly healed, leaving no trace of the wound. Needless to say, I was astounded. But it's strange. The stone is only good for a single use at a time before it reverts to a useless, inert state. It takes time to regain its magical properties, and I guard it cautiously. You are? I thank you 1,000,000 times for your help. Who have you decided should receive the healing stone?
What's taking Tenderfoot so long?
Stephen should receive the stone. We know full well the difficulty of growing up without a family.
Those men hardly sound long for this world.
Boris has an entire life ahead of him. We're giving him 40, 50 more years, while Stephen only has half as many left to him.
a corpse's troubled mind. Can't have gotten far. That tone, soothing a corpse's troubled mind. Can't have gotten far.
All right, we'll do it your way.
Boris it is? Yes, I'll deliver the stone. I'm glad we'll get to save one man, but my heart breaks for the other.
Thank
No,
the seven.
no, this is highly abnormal. What is this? This lightning?
I don't know what I did to deserve this.
What happened? Is this a dream?
I don't think so. That stone, somehow it sent us flying into the stars.
Terrible, terrible, terrible! It will consume us all!
Nothing but rubbish! Oh, Well, I was really hoping to find something better.
writes a billion words. What's this? 2 Rivalonians here? At the end of space and time? How very, very, very curious. Oh, yes. Proper introductions. Zigzags the historian at your service. It is my job to record all that was and is and, hopefully, all that is to be. As for how I got here, well, for a historian appointed by the gods themselves, hopping to the end of time is as easy as 1, 2, 3. How you got here, though? That's a rather more interesting question. On such a tiny and rapidly shrinking vestige of space and time, I wouldn't have expected to find a soul but my own shadow. At last, a question I can answer most definitively. I mentioned already that this place is the end of time. If that didn't send your heart into your stomach and your pulse a-flutter, it should have. Time ought naturally to have no end at all. Indeed, I can think of no worse nightmare for a chronicler such as myself. But something totally, utterly terrible has happened. Show, don't tell, I always say. So go, peer through yonder looking lens and feast your soon-to-be terrified eyes on the darkness that is approaching.
I think that imp may be quite mad.
Then we had better appease him and have a look through the looking lens.
Don't be coy. Have a look through the looking lens. That's what looking lenses are for, you know? You looked. You saw. Terrifying, isn't it? What's this? The portal! It's... The portal has become active! Fantastic! Astounding! Onward we should go! You first, but don't dilly-dally. You, dear stranger, you must be the key. Something about your presence here is causing the end of time to grow. The true end itself to move further away. Those torches, a light! This portal active once more. It cannot be coincidence. Goodness me, how right you are. There's so much to take in, I'd nearly forgotten. And what you saw has been haunting my mind since I first discovered it. It is the void itself. The dragon that is devouring creation. When I speak of the end of time, this is exactly what I mean. I can't say for sure where it came from, how or why, but I do know this. It's shrinking our future by the second. And if we don't stop it, it will devour the past and present as well. It's not that I believe, it's that I have seen. Long have I been waiting here, hoping that one day this very portal would ignite. Then, no longer than a few mere moments after you arrive, zap it goes. The chronicler of time knows a pattern when he sees one. Ah, though I cannot say for certain, if it is what I believe, then our prayers might well be answered. In fact, every last question that ever plagued your noggin might well be answered, for I believe what lies beyond this portal is nothing other than... But why spoil the mystery? As soon as we leap through, we'll find out for certain. After you, after you. Oh, what wonders we may find on the other side. You first, but don't dilly-dally. Onward, forward. You first, but don't dilly-dally. Yes! Just as I hoped! There she is! There it is!
And he's off.
It seems the imp has spotted exactly who and what he'd hoped to find here.
powerless to act.
The last chest, the last chest! If you believe yourself worthy of rifling through my ample treasures, I do dare you to prove it! Find my 4 sisters, no more than one in each of the realms of your wide world, and each by each, you'll discover how to open me! Chest, the last...
Indeed, Sir Imp, as surely as you are he who chronicles all that I weave.
Astounding! Unbelievable! I have so many questions for you, so much to ask, so much to say.
You have brought guests, I see. Strange. Very strange guests.
My reaction exactly, milady. It was their arrival here at the end of time that instigated my finding you. But why? Surely you must know.
This is a question better put to our guests themselves. Tell us, how did you arrive upon this plane? If any other being in Rivellon asked me about the details of their comings and goings, I could describe them down to the minutest of details. But you are different. Of you, I see nothing. I know. Indeed.
Astounding! unbelievable.
You have brought
my
This is a question better if any other being, but you are different. Of you, I see nothing. I know nothing. So please, do tell me, how did you arrive here? A stone. So, it was a stone that caused the great shock of energy that brought you here, and it infused you with new life as well. Is that so? Not like this, no. What happened to you is unique in all my work. Never had I experienced something so contrary to my nature. To weave something I had not seen, had not expected. Life does not simply spring into existence, you see. But yours has. You appeared before me from the moment you came into contact with that stone. Starstone. I now know it to be called.
But, Madam Weaver, how is it possible? Do you not see all? Have you not woven all that is and could ever be into your tapestry?
Like the stones, your guests are a mystery to me. I see them before me in this world, but their likenesses appeared not upon my tapestry until they revived the stone. Source hunters, it would seem that yourselves and Starstone are inextricably linked. Why and how, I cannot say, but I do believe that finding more stones will reveal to me who you yourselves truly are. Starstone is not what it seems, Source Hunter. Its true nature must be part of a greater secret, a secret lost even to me. Do you see what violence my work has suffered? What wounds lay upon the tapestry of time?
Mysteries of all time, gaps in history. Oh, how they've tormented me for eons.
It would appear that Starstone transforms at your touch, granting me new thread by which to mend the tapestry. Thus, it restores time itself.
I see. What the void would shrink, Starstone restores.
Yes. Though I cannot explain why this Starstone is the antidote to the void's ravishment of our realm. If we do not restore time, if we do not discover the true nature of these stones, the void will consume us all. Indeed you must, though I may not yet understand why. It seems that you and you alone can unlock the powers within Starstone. Yet we are not the only entities who know these stones to be so much more than pretty gems.
Why, of course, that's what they were doing. I have recorded their doings, you see. Collectors of starstone, more and more by the day. Now I understand. They'd keep the stones from our reach. They'd prevent the mending of time.
Without these stones, Hunter, there will be no Rivellon. The entire tapestry will crumble. Even this plane will fall victim to the void's insatiable hunger.
That shall never be, milady. As sure as Zix comes before Zax, we will put a stop to it. First we mend the tapestry, then we stop the void. He's our most mysterious guest. Are you ready? Are you willing? Will you hunt out the stones? Will you help us restore what has been lost? So, what do you think, Source Hunter? The glint in your gaze and the set of your brow suggest to me that you've not given up on our dear old Rivellon. Not just yet. No, with you searching out Starstone, I believe we'll mend the tapestry in no time. We'll find out just who you are and how exactly to send the void back to wherever it came from. But you'll need a way to travel between Rivellon and this homestead, won't you? Who wouldn't want to see what fantastic changes your search will yield? And who knows what the Weaver might discover about you? Luckily, the power of portals is known to you, so I'll let you in on the little secret of how to transport back and forth from the end of time. Just, you know, don't go sharing it around. Never know who we can trust these days. Off you go, then. You've Starstone to find, and I've a tapestry to examine. Surely there must be some clue here as to how on earth you're related to the end of time.
Cross my heart, hope to fade in the void, I honestly don't know. But ask her. If she claims it is so, perhaps she knows why.
Like the imp said to the ballista operator, shoot! Wouldn't it just? Would that I had a Starstone sightseeing guide, but alas, such a booklet does not exist. Just like yourselves, Starstones are curiously absent from history, both in my writings and on the tapestry of time. From what I can gather, though, they were once cherished by devious sorcerers whose reign ended long ago. The stones are therefore most likely to be found in the ancient places of this world. Ruins, caves, the lairs of long-forgotten evils. Those are the dens you should frequent. 2 more pieces of advice. Don't go unarmed, and consult with my agent. Neither do I. but the mere fact that activated Starstone has set the Weaver of Time weaving again more than implies that it and the Void Dragon are natural enemies. This in turn more than implies that you are the Void's natural enemy, for it is you who is setting new events in motion. You who is handing the Weaver new threads. And that which she is weaving is more than an ornament to decorate the shelter plane. It is both history and future history. It is all of time. We may not understand the how yet, but our aim is clear. We shall save creation from the grip of the Void. Now, isn't that a lovely mission? Lonesome, observing the frontier of creation, surfing the vibrant tide of the eons, always approaching yet never reaching shore. Lonesome, being privy to all that has been and all that is. Well, yes, actually. I don't mean to complain, but one certainly doesn't mind a bit of company now and then. Perhaps you can imagine the profound pleasure it is to have made the Weaver's acquaintance after all these years. I can hardly wait to pick her brain about the great battle of the sons of Sigurd. The last Rivalonian who remembers it died more than 7,000 years ago. Oh, I don't know if I'm more than those things per se, but having been given a divine mission does have its perks. Old age can't touch me, that's one. Immortality is mine as long as no one skewers me with a sword, and even then I'll be back in a jiffy. But of course, I have a price to pay for something that is priceless. It is my duty to record all of history, and an arduous task that is. Not to mention how much stress that void out there is causing me. The end of time. I'll be out of a job. So, gather those starstones so that we may know the history that was lost. Know so that we must not repeat what leads us to this dangerous precipice, but do better and close the dark eye of the void forever. Before you go, Source Hunter, a final word. Once you return to Rivellon, there will be someone waiting for you. My agent, my eyes and ears upon your world. I hope he'll be able to help you as much as he can. Time, I need hardly remind you, is of the essence. The Lady of Time, the weaver of history. I am your biggest fan, dear lady. Could I get your autograph?
It shall be my pleasure, Sir Imp. I'll embroider it in the first volume of your all-encompassing chronicles. Indeed. This is a question better put. If any other, but you are so a stone. Not like never had I experienced, but yours. But like the source stars. Do you, Mr. It would have. Yes. If we do not restore time, if we do not discover, indeed.
Why?
Without.
That's your key. So, what do you think, Source Hunter?
Not but a moment ago, we were hunting Source in Rivellon, and now we're being told that we alone can prevent the end of time by way of some magical stones. What do you make of it?
Come, I got something for you if you're up to the challenge.
We can't deny our reaction to Starstone. There must be something to all of this, mad as it may seem.
So, what do you think, Source Hunter?
Still, it's quite a leap from finding a strange stone to placing the world's salvation on our shoulders.
What'll it be, Source Hunter? Do tell! Come! I got something for you if you're up to the challenge. So, what do you think, Source Hunter? If you're up to the challenge. The glint in your gaze and the no, but you'll need luck off you cross my heart. Like the imp wouldn't jump from neither this wind. Oh, but of course, so lone swell, perhaps before you. I hope. Good to see. Like the imp said to the ballista operator.
How welcome you are upon this realm, our most honored guest. I hope you begin to find this place more familiar than it may yet seem. In the ethereal threads of eternity, do I record the deeds of gods and men, of beasts and spectral apparitions. The drift of continents through changing seas, the rise and fall of empires, the shift of every grain of sand on every beach, the fall of every raindrop on every world, the all but imperceptible touch of lovers' hands. This and all I chronicle without fault. Except, it seems, you. Ask, and I shall answer. I am the weaver of time, as I have told you. Though my existence is one that falls behind and yet far exceeds the verb to be. I am but what I am, and that is task. It is the same for the historian. Chroniclers both are we of the epics of eternity. Perhaps we are one and the same. Task multiplied by 2. Who has made us? I do not know. Why have they done so? I do not know. Am I the beginning? And am I to be the end? Who shall say? Perhaps I am the first thing in creation. Perhaps I am creation. Perhaps I am the creator. Or maybe it is you. You who makes dying stars rekindle. Time alone will tell. Alas, the answers to those questions still elude me. You and Starstone remain the imperfections upon the tapestry. A hidden answer lies behind this veil of inscrutability, though, for the link between you and the stones reveals that your destinies are intertwined. I believe that starstones will not lead you to new places of wonder only. No. They will also lead to new knowledge through the restoration of the threads of old. Oh, Hunter, I have no need for company, like I have no need for air or appetite or affection. All I need, and all I am, is time. And time is running out, unless you remedy its decline. And yet, I do enjoy your companionship, for you may prove to become the cure that will heal my slipping soul. Quite so. Your absence, it should be an impossibility, but no matter where I look, you cannot be found. I do not know you, which makes you my one perennial imperfection, a blind spot in the eye of time. But perchance I may be cured of this blindness. Perchance the blemish may be undone, and time can be redeemed. What it is but a seed bereft of sun and water. What it could be, that is what the star stones will tell us. What it is but the end. What it could be is the end of ends. I reside in another realm altogether. But ever since the end of time appeared in these deep dark skies, I materialized here, as if forced to watch the one thing that is unwatchable, unendurable. A thankless task that you may yet free me from forever. I think that perhaps you can redeem time, because you create time. Indeed, you have set in motion an event I no longer held possible. Know that no longer I did weave. I sat here, at the end of time, and watched on as the void frays the fabric of time like a terrified god that fears the offspring of his own creations. But suddenly there was you. You who stirred the life within the stones. These stones, children of stars, they place new ribbons along my fingers like phantoms out of time. New threads emerged, and I began to weave anew. Starstone gives me new strands to braid into the tapestry. And because you give Starstone energy, it seems that you are creating time. These Starstones, please, seek them so that time may yet be mended. Please, for the sake of all that lives and all that loves, seek them so that the void may yet devour itself alone.
Good to see you on the shelter plane. Like the imp said to the ballista operator, shoot!
How might I serve our mission? Ask, and I shall answer, if I can.
I wonder, do you know more about the void? What it is? What lies at the heart of it?
What lies at its heart? Why, nothing, of course. The great absence of all that even the gods cannot comprehend. It eludes us, like infinity, or the finality of tick-tocking time.
Milady. Why are there two of us? Two beings. history parallel to one another?
That is a good question, Zigzags. One without a conclusive answer, though its resolution may lie in conception. Where you chronicle, I both chronicle and create. Where you arrive at conclusions, I spin origins besides.
The Lady of Time, the weaver of history. I am your biggest fan, dear lady. Could I get your autograph?
It shall be my pleasure, Sir Imp. I'll embroider it in the first volume of your all-encompassing chronicles.
I wonder, do you know more about the void? What it is? What lies at the heart of it?
What lies at its heart? Why, nothing, of course. The great absence of all that even the gods cannot comprehend. It eludes us, like infinity, or the finality of tick-tocking time.
A question has me stumped, milady. Why are there two of us? Two beings that record all of history parallel to one another.
That is a good question, Zigzags. One without a conclusive answer, though its resolution may lie in conception. Where you chronicle, I both chronicle and create. Where you arrive at conclusions, I spin origins besides.
Source hunters, I welcome you once again to the realm of Rivellon after your travels through the chasms of space. Nice to have found a shelter, wouldn't you agree? Where you can come to no harm. I know the imp historian has told you about his agent on Rivellon, and that agent is I. So now that you know of the alliance between me and Sir Zigzags, let us turn to the business at hand. Starstone. So it is, and so it should continue to be. For I suspect his foul murder and the plight of dying time are somehow interconnected. Dark webs are being woven around these parts, and it is my firm belief starstones are the flies the sorcerer's spiders are trying to catch. It can therefore hardly be a coincidence that Councillor Jake was a collector of the stones we seek. That means the task you have been given remains crucial. Find the assassin that did away with Jake, for you're bound to stumble upon Starstone along the way. While you were being lectured by our friend the historian and the grande dame of time, I snuck into his house and had a look around.
Fish in the sea, but I've got the foulest of the lot on my racks.
The advantage of being a cat, you know. You go where you please with impunity. And sometimes the lady of the house even rewards you with a slice of fresh herring. That's where I saw them in a cabinet. Mere slivers, but specks of starstones nonetheless. They lay there, silent and innocent, though bloody murder may have been committed in their name. Don't we all long for a sanctuary where our worldly troubles can be held at bay? A bed or a basket so snug it becomes, in a word, safe. But perhaps I speak only for myself, not for veterans such as yourselves that by necessity call any patch of ground they rest upon home. Like any cat worth its salt, though, I deeply cherish a secret refuge unbeknownst to anyone. To be able to repose without a care is such a precious circumstance, save it all too seldomly. Let me phrase it like Zigzags might. A universe without time is like a pen without ink. A pointless instrument stripped of the potential of creation. It is void. It is death. It is nothing. I'll not pretend to have all the answers, or that I understand all that is happening here and out there among the stars, but I do know I'd rather err on the side of caution. If Zigzags worries, I worry. We are talking about a creature, after all, that has reclined among the divines as nonchalantly as you and I laze beside the hearths of home. I met him first, a long time ago, out in the wastes of Youthful Gore. He wondered aloud what on earth a cat was doing out there in the scorching desert, then shared what little food and water he had with him. So I told him who I was and showed him my human form. He laughed and marveled and told me stories about his travels. In the end, he even shared his great sorrow with me. The unspeakable thing you saw through his looking lens. I was awed and frightened, but swore to help him in any way I could. As of now, that includes helping the two of you. Oh, before you go, here, take this teleporter pyramid. A handy toy indeed that Zigzags asked me to give to you. You'll need the other one too if you want to make use of its powers, but alas, I seem to have misplaced it. Don't worry though. Use this one here and it'll take you straight to its twin. Now that this matter has been settled, hunters, I shall detain you no longer. But rest assured, I'll do my share of hunting too. So if you spot a white cat during your travels, do stop to say hello.
Size seal, shiver me timbers and sliver me heels.
I can't even smell the sea air over this rock. I can't even smell the sea air over this rock. Slimy, reeking, rotting sea garbage. Slimy, reeking, rotting sea garbage. Slimy, reeking, rotting sea garbage. Plenty of fish in the sea, but I've got the foulest of the lot on my racks. Slimy, reeking, rotting sea garbage. Plenty of fish in the sea, but I've got the foulest of the lot on my racks. Plenty of fish in the sea, but I've got the foulest of the lot on my racks. Slimy, reeking, rotting sea garbage. Plenty of fish in the sea, but I've got the foulest of the lot on my racks. Slimy, reeking, rotting sea garbage. Plenty of fish in the sea, but I've got the foulest of the lot. Plenty of fish in the sea, but I've got the foulest of the lot on my racks.
Size seal, shiver me timbers and sliver me heels.
Slimy, reeking, rotting sea garbage.
Steady, boys, steady. We'll be leaving as soon as we're packed up.
Smell the sea over this rock.
You've caused enough distractions.
That old spoilspot Horatius can gripe all he wants.
Salutations! Source hunters, I see. I'm Sergeant Courteous, proud protector of this...
She killed them!
They're dead.
And they might have lived if we hadn't intervened.
By the gods! She killed them! Those fools are dead! I knew that she-beast would bring disaster. It was that orc! She snapped! Grabbed them, popped their necks, and then ran out of here like a wild beast! I'm only grateful she didn't notice me standing here. Can you imagine?
Hail, Source Hunter. Why, I don't think I could ask for...
Hail, Source Hunter. Why?
I like you much better with your guts on.
Yes, I've work to do, so please be brief.
Oh, and don't forget the time.
Hello there. Welcome to Sicily.
That's why we never sail to Ythel anymore.
Is that Bertie still right?
Speaking of youthful guts, yours here in Sicily. Bah! Of all the cursed hunks of. God, that loopy legionnaire really thinks that orky charm loves him.
I wouldn't let an orc within 500 yards of my loving nature. Sauce? Here in Sicily? Duh.
Ever hear about the time the captain took the Duchess of Federal's carriage for the joyride?
No, he drove it straight to the pub and back.
Oh, and don't forget the time he got caught passing a love note to the Lizard Council.
Have you found us a job yet? We'll take anything, really. Well, you never know when something might turn up.
Yo, that loopy legionnaire really thinks that orky charm loves him.
I wouldn't let an orc within 500 yards of my loving nature.
Psst! Ever hear about the time the captain took the Duchess of Federal's carriage for the joyride?
Curse
No,
the
he
gods.
drove it
Is it
straight
so
to the pub and
difficult
back.
to find a day of labor?
Oh, and don't forget the time he got caught passing a love note to the Lizard Councillor's wife.
Is that why we never sail to Ythel anymore?
Curse the gods. Is it so
Speaking of
difficult to
youthful
find a
gore,
day of
that
labor?
loopy legionnaire really thinks that orky charm loves him.
I wouldn't let an orc within 500 yards of my loving nature.
Psst! Ever hear about the time the captain took the Duchess of Federal?
Still thinking about exploring the beach? You're free to go, though we legionnaires are under strict... Still thinking about exploring the beach? You're free to go.
You there!
What a
You don't
tale!
like someone who's ever been serenaded by a severed head? Stand right up!
Ha!
Come on, come on, and see the amazing singing stepper!
In this particular batch of party elixir, two was warm water. Soothing a corpse's troubled mind. Can't have gotten far.
Thank you eternally for your help. Though your reaction to the healing stone, I have no idea what to make of it. That strange reaction you caused. Blue lightning from a healing stone. I've never seen anything like it. And the stone looks different now, too. Like it's devoid of life. I begin to wonder if its magical properties survived your little reaction. I've been studying under Theleron for some time now, but that task, being asked to play the gods, was the first time I've ever questioned my, well, suitability for the work. I've a passion for this work, you see. A passion to see things put in order. From a flesh wound healed to an entire city made resistant to a fatal illness. What right has something as trivial as a wound or as senseless as an epidemic to take a human life?
You there, cut it out. Soothing a corpse's troubled mind. Can't have gotten far.
Thank you. That strange reaction. I've a
To what do I owe the repeated pleasure, Source Hunter? Yes. If that's how we're referring to the secretive use of a revolutionary healing method, she refuses. She's in the other room as we speak. Perhaps you can prevail upon her to offer a demonstration. Well, she certainly possesses a critical eye. I expect she'll be a very successful. She's gotten hold of a stone, but she claims to have gotten the relic. Utter rubbish. Sorry, but there isn't much work for sailors. Certainly, what would you like to know?
The world belongs to the young, they say, and Boris will live to take his piece. Thank you for your help in this matter. Certainly, what would you like to know? Me? Why, I'm more than a little surprised you haven't heard of me. Perhaps I can jog your memory. It was I who cured the Duchess of Arata of her... Not to mention that it's been... Certainly, what would you like to know?
Hello again. Terribly sorry, Source Hunter, but I see that strange reaction you caused. Blue light.
Now, that tone, soothing a corpse's troubled mind, can't have gotten far. This particular batch of party elixir too much more modern. No, I know it's here somewhere. I only want to ruin this particular batch of party elixir too much more modern.
Sheep's cheese, tomatoes. Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
That thief is free for now, but I wonder how long it'll be until he's Thank you for making that would-be thief see reason. I only hope...
Drink and gamble, that's all we do around here. Hope you fare better, Source Hunter.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Cheese on your block with a wheel of the good stuff. Pay the big cheese on your block with a wheel of the good stuff.
You there! A moment of your indulgence, if you please. You are the Source Hunter, are you not? The hero the whole of Sightseal is abuzz about. the talk of the town, the juiciest grape on the grapevine. Such a pleasure to meet you.
On the move for tea. No excuses more holes in the
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Lonesome, spiritless. Perhaps wrestling an earth elemental will inject some vim.
Pay the big cheese on your brook with a wheel of the good stuff.
Don't scuttle away before you've tried some of the ocean's finest bounty. How many crab claws would you like? 3? 11? I listened in while you were talking to that would-be thief. Don't scuttle away before you've tried some of the ocean's finest bounty.
Never thought I'd see Seal in such dire straits. This here's one of the oldest cities in Riverdon.
You got an eye for farm potatoes?
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Pay the big cheese on your brook with a wheel of the good stuff.
Torn snake, wing of worm, brew and spice and stir and churn.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Join the Spud Club if you got an eye for farm potatoes.
I'm straight, I'm true. Harry's by the dozens.
Oh, hello, love. Nice day for a little stroll around the market, isn't it?
What are ye staring at? Captain Jack's the name, though the title may be a little generous at the moment. My crew ran off, and I can't find enough hearty souls to help me reload the ship and sail off. Those scallywags heard there be silver in the Lacula mines, and they abandoned ship like the lily-livered turkeys they are. Haven't seen them since the day we docked. Some poor chaps lost their ship and want some work. Just send them to me, and tell them there's a bit of coin and a lot of rum coming their way if they don't mind a bit of honest labour.
I'm straight, I'm true.
This town has seen better days, but despite it all, we'll always have the sea.
Seems.
Well, what sort of arrows do you want? Freezing? Silver? Poison? Get to the point. Yours for a scrap of gold each. Lonesome, spiritless, perhaps wrestling an earth elemental will inject some vim into your routine.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Fresh haddock. Perfect for a fry-up.
No better solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Ah, hello, proportionate one. Oh, I can see from the symmetry in your face that you are a great fan of the fine arts, no?
Them into your routine?
I'm a painter by trade, as you can see, but a cartographer at heart. You might think there isn't enough work for one of my talents in a downtrodden city like Sicil, and you'd be quite right. I travel around Andervale, mastering my craft and finding new subjects to add to my litany of lovely portraits and complex maps. Like this rooster I'm working on now, and the landscape that surrounds him.
Let us see if you can choose the finest greens.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Lonesome, spiritless. Perhaps wrestling an earth elemental will inject some vim into your routine. I'm straight. I'm true. Paris by the cousins.
Oh, I know it's here somewhere. I wouldn't want to ruin this particular batch of party elixir with too much wormwood.
If only the popular girls from the Source Academy could see how edgy and dangerous you've become. If only the popular girls from the Source Academy could see how edgy and dangerous you've become.
I know it's here somewhere. I wouldn't want to ruin this particular batch of party elixir with too much wormwood. Now, that tone, soothing a corpse's troubled mind, can't have gotten far.
Let's see. Key, lockpick, or hammer.
Now, that tone, soothing a corpse's troubled mind, can't have gotten far.
What's that gleam?
That tone, soothing a corpse's troubled mind.
Hello again. Terribly sorry, Source Hunter, but I seem to be fresh out of priceless relics for you to destroy. I've been studying under Theleron for some time now, but that task, being asked to play the gods, was the first time I've a passion.
To what do I owe the repeated pleasure, Source Hunter?
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
That's enough of that now.
Scrolls to entwist you.
Join the Sun Club if you've got an eye for farm potatoes.
Get it while it's fresh. These batches only hours for the food.
Source hunters, eh? All right, proper. We're finally getting a hand. Things is chaos. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Lonesome, spiritless. Perhaps
If you've got a favourite sheep, best to fry her up now before she gets thieved in the night like me dear plump Ogget, the finest in me herd. Now that the herd's gone, old Birchie's just scratching by like a hen till the next batch of beasties comes through.
lonesome.
I recently sold most of the tender loves to a trader heading north. Plenty of business that way these days. Those miners must be preparing for a mighty great feast. Wish I could have a nibble on my dear darlings, all ground and spiced. Yes. Oh, Ogget's been missing for more than a fortnight. I love that sheep, you know. Was planning to cook her into a fine midwinter night haggis myself. Do tell me if you hear anything about her. I plan on pursuing whoever stole her with my cleaver in hand.
Watch the undead
Source hunters, eh? All right, proper, we're fine again. If you've got a favourite sheep, best to fry her up now before she gets thieved in the... Yes. Oh, Ogget's been missing for more than a
Tomatoes. No better solution.
I can't even smell the sea air over this rock.
No, it ain't. You drove it straight to the pub and back.
And don't forget the time you got caught passing a love note to the music council's wife.
That wine we never sailed to get the floor anymore.
Speaking of youthful gore, that loopy legionnaire really thinks that orky charm loves him.
Curse the gods! Is it so difficult to find a day of labor?
Ever heard about the time the captain took the Duchess of Federal's carriage for the joyride?
No, it ain't. You drove it straight to the pub and back.
And don't forget the time you got caught passing a love note to the music council's wife.
That wine we never sailed to get the floor anymore.
Speaking of youthful gore, that loopy legionnaire really thinks that orky charm loves him.
I wouldn't let it all win 500 yards of my loving nature. Have you found us a job yet? We'll take anything. Really? So there's a captain offering booze and brass for a bit of crate loading. Gods be praised. You've done it, friend. Off we go.
Council's wife.
That's why we never sailed to get the floor anymore.
Speaking of youthful gore, that loopy legionnaire really thinks that orky charm loves him.
Fancy a sip, skipper? You deserve a drink after.
Are you the captain who's looking for some fresh blood for your crew?
By the siren song, am I? You boys willing to earn your day's pay?
Yes, Captain.
Ho ho, let's get to it then.
Hey, a nickel.
Get to work! Hey, a nickel!
Nice day on the water, innit?
Hey, a nickel!
Get to work! Can't thank you enough for your help.
Oh, it's good to be employed.
Ah, it's good to be employed. Our hero, through and through.
Nice day on the water, innit?
Can't thank you enough for your help.
Our hero, through and through.
Wait a minute.
Our hero, through and through. For every blowfish in the blue, these are some scallywags.
Nickel.
Hey, a nickel!
Hey, a nickel!
Nice day on the water, innit?
I can't even smell the sea air over this rock.
It never ends around here. There's a zombie in my garden. My sheep is...
Murder within the walls. Undead outside of the walls.
It never ends around here. There's a zombie in my garden. My sheep is missing. An orc ate my baby. Night and day, day and night.
I'm straight. I'm true. Harry's by the dozens.
Source hunters, eh? If you've got a favourite sheep, best to fry. I bet Tim Fred's been strung up by his ears by now, the devilish thing.
A soul Santa? Oh, don't tell me we got to worry about dark magic on top of it all.
Feed a big cheese on your block with a wheel of the good stuff.
Oh no, noble little friend. Your upper chakras are in desperate need of a good scrubbing. Fortunately for you, my homebrewed tinctures will do the job. Or if you're in the mood for something a bit more electrifying, one of my air scrolls might give your system just the shock it needs.
Join the Spud Club if you've got an eye for farm potatoes. Let us see if you can choose the finest greens.
Here for your daily serving of veggies. Please partake of the plumpest produce ever produced.
For cheese? The excuse is more home than a slice of this fine almond land. What'll you have? I'll get white cheese, blue cheese, old cheese, new cheese.
Ain't true. Harry's by the dozens.
Potions to bemuscle you, scrolls to entussle you. My gods! What is going on here? First I have to shoo away a creeping white tomcat, and now there's a perfect stranger in my bathroom. Get out, will you?
little mix-up indeed. I don't know what you and that horrible little imp are planning, but leave my bathroom out of it. Out now, if you please. This room is private. Don't just stand there. Go! Away with
I've
you!
got my eyes on the prize.
What are you still doing here? Begone! Out now, if you please. This room is private. Don't just stand there. Go! Away with you! What are you still...
Dear me. How the coast reminds me of my long-fled youth. I sailed the sea. I walked the worlds. Dear me. How the coast reminds me of my long-fled youth. I said, oh, how nice it is of you. The very picture of youth, to break the monotony of an elder's day, wild away on this hardwood bench. Pray, let me be forward with you, O sapling rose, O leaf of spring, for my weary mind is troubled, and would highly prize thy gentle-handed assistance, thy kind ministrations. I am but an aged elf that has seen the years parade in long succession. Gladly shall I tell you more. Will I regale thee, O whelp of men, with my tale? But not here, where the winds may steal my words. You would listen to my grievances, guide me towards untroubled realms. Oh, You are truly a wonder. Oh, budding flower of the morn. Yet, that which I would tell you is of a rather private nature. So let us escape both the chill and the eye of public scrutiny. Hot spiced wine and a snug little room awaits us on the King Crab's first floor. Let us go there so that we can warm our bones, yet make shiver our hearts with a tale of loss and sorrow.
All the way to my boot soles.
Guess someone else got here first. Let's see. Key, lockpick, or hammer.
Toasty!
To leave the city is to venture into danger. Be careful, source hunter. Source hunter's here too. Well, if the Legion couldn't save this place, what are you gonna do?
Know much about zombies, do you? How about walking bones?
I wouldn't venture too far out of town if I were you. Many Legionnaires did so before you.
I wouldn't venture too far out of town if I were you. Many Legionnaires did so before you. Very few have returned. Whose invention? The stasis blaster. Quite a sight, no? The ray can singe a zombie or skeleton to ash in a matter of seconds. These days, we Legionnaires hold a lottery to see who gets to man the things. You can bet it's no small amount easier to blast those flesh-eating monstrosities from a distance than to get within striking range. Don't ask me how the blaster works, though. I just make sure the thing's hitting its targets.
What a deluge!
I'm drenched!
Potent heat!
Soaked to the skin!
I'm overheating here!
Oh, thank heavens. Maybe now you can learn something useful, like how to wash your underthings.
Everything we do seems to fortify your abilities.
I suppose your example has inspired me to reach heights I never before envisioned.
There's no experience to be won from pestering me with vapid flattery.
Looks like the mortician is rather suspicious about Jake.
What could Mayor Cecil, Captain Aureus, or Evelyn have to do with it?
If only the popular girls from the Source Academy could see how edgy and dangerous you've become. If only the popular girls from the Source Academy could see how edgy and dangerous you've become.
So, what's the bad news? More orcs rampaging through the docks? Or have those infernal statues sent another soul flying to his death? This here's my family business. Yes, there's been a Roberts escorting stiffs into the next life since the foundation of Seal itself. They don't write epics about morticians, but I'm proud of my work nonetheless. Sad story, that. Though if I'm speaking plainly, the sentimental aspect of it all doesn't make much of an impression on an undertaker. Especially not these days, with so many laid low by the orcs and such like. I just concern myself with giving the remains a respectable exit from life. We set him to rest in the northern graveyard. Perhaps he can finally get a little peace. How do you... Ah, the ledger, is it? Fool was I to leave it in the open. Or perhaps I even looked forward to being found out. Well, as you know, I have my suspects in the matter. What would you like to know? Plenty of us shopkeepers entrust the mayor with the spare keys to our businesses, you know. And he's the only person in town with a second copy of the key to the mortuary. He could have used it to sidle in without a peep, if he were so inclined. Aureus himself paid me a visit the night the body was delivered. Came rapping at my door in the frosty morning before the sun had even started peeping, and told me to tell him, and only him, if I noticed anything strange or suspicious about the remains. Can't see why he'd bothered to go through all that trouble, unless he knew something the rest of us don't. I know it sounds strange suspecting the doctor's apprentice of something so ghoulish as this, but there's few in this city could manage to transport a corpse without raising eyebrows. It was she who delivered Jake's body from the inn to the mortuary. And there was something about her that night. Some kind of excitement. Seemed she could barely contain her thoughts. That there was something thrilling about to happen. I can't quite settle it in my mind how a young medical professional would have such a strange reaction to an occasion such as that. And this may or may not have anything to do with the whole rigmarole. But her master, Dr. Theleron, bought an old shack of mine, one overtaken by undead, for an exorbitant price considering what he was getting. I never did figure what he wanted it for, but he sure seemed eager. I never saw a widow less distraught at the death of her husband, and I've seen hundreds pass through my parlor. It was she who rang my bell just before the body was snatched, lured me outside claiming she needed air, before discussing the funeral arrangements. Some accomplice could have sneaked in and grabbed the remains while I was comforting the oh-so-overcome Esmeralda. That gold's the only good thing to come out of this blasted affair, and I certainly plan on making some use of it. You know, I reckon Bertia really didn't get a fair shake in all this, did she? Here, take the money and give it to her. Times are hard enough as they are. So, what's the bad news? More orcs rampaging through the docks? Or have those infernal statues sent another soul flying to his death? This here's my family business. Yes, there's been... I never imagined myself thanking some strangers for taking my money. But in the end, I reckon you were right. I couldn't well enjoy something with...
You there! Cut it out!
If only the popular girls from the Source Academy could see how edgy and dangerous you've become. If only the popular girls from the Source Academy could see how edgy and dangerous you've become.
That's quite the valuable gift.
Only the best for my favorite partner.
Your kindness is a great comfort to me. I'll return this favor at the earliest possible moment.
Great!
They say he's privy to ancient arcane secrets, the likes of which I doubt you could even fathom, old friend.
Salutations! Source hunters, I see. This is a storing house for Legion supply.
Report? Still nothing, sir. Suppose
By the gods! She killed them!
God, duty's not so bad, hey?
Would be quite a bit better if I could do it in peace.
Just making conversation, mate.
Mate, he says. We are colleagues, nothing more.
Come now, it's just a turn of phrase.
Will you please turn your phrases elsewhere?
What's this? I found something.
One man's trash is another man's trash. I said to him.
Nothing to report, sir.
You never had anything to report.
Isn't that a good thing?
Squeak!
Plenty of fish in the sea, but I've got the foulest of the
I said to him, I said myself, if I don't start earning an extra gold piece an hour, I'll walk out that door.
Good on you. Will you please turn your phrases elsewhere?
Another piece of trash! Well, I was really hoping to find something better.
Report? Still nothing, sir. Suppose there just aren't any.
The words, thieves. Why would we be guarding this place? Think!
Makes sense, sir.
If it's riches you're seeking, all you need's a friend guarding the treasure room.
Well, duty's not so bad. Hey,
Would be quite a bit better if I could do it in peace.
just making conversation, mate.
Mate, he says. We are colleagues, nothing more.
Come now, it's just a turn of phrase.
Will you please turn your phrases elsewhere?
I've got my eyes on the prize.
What does it matter? Day labour's more suited to mine.
Lucky find!
God, duty's not so bad. Hey,
I could do it in peace.
just making conversation, mate.
Mate, he says. We are colleagues, nothing more.
Come now, it's just a turn of phrase.
Will you please turn your phrases elsewhere?
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Not in the mood for cheese. The excuse is more.
Oh no, noble friend. Your upper chakras are in desperate need of a good scrubbing. Fortunately for you, my homebrewed tinctures will do the job. Or if you're in the mood for something a bit more electrifying, one of my air scrolls might give your system just the shock it needs.
Sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Not in the mood for cheese. The excuse is more holes than the size of this fine woman. Eat a big cheese on your brook with a wheel of the good stuff.
Join the Spud Club if you've got an eye for farm potatoes. Join the Spud Club if you've got an eye for farm potatoes.
Not in the mood for cheese. The excuse is more holes than the size of this fine woman.
No better solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows.
Dearest customer, I've never seen an aura so plagued by ether. Thank Astarte, I've just the earth scroll to ground you.
No better solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows.
Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies size seals ever seen.
Eat a big cheese on your brook with a wheel of the good stuff.
No better solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows.
Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies size seals ever seen.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Hello again. Terribly sorry, Source Hunter, but I seem to be fresh out of priceless relics for you to destroy. I've been studying under Theleron for some time now, but that task, being I've a passion for this work, you see.
To what do I owe the repeated pleasure, Source Hunter?
These damn birds won't fetch more than a pittance. These damn birds won't fetch more than a pittance.
Spiritless? Perhaps wrestling an earth elemental will inject some vim into your routine.
These damn birds won't fetch more than a pittance.
The great Sigurd and his rainbow of war machines.
Fantastic!
It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew Elba, who knew Elliot, who is said to have known that the king had a great thirst for colour. So ardently did he crave creamy blues and gory reds that he ordered a contest across his realm.
Tricks are for kids! This here is the greatest illusion in Andorel!
Fantastic! My word!
Today, I think, a king. The great Sigurd and his rainbow of war machines. It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew Elba, who knew Elliot, who is said to have known Sigurd himself, that the king had a great thirst for colour. So ardently did he crave creamy blues and gory reds that he ordered a contest across his realm.
What a tale!
Today, I think, a king. The great Sigurd and his rainbow of war machines. It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew Elba, who knew Elliot, who is said to have known Sigurd himself, that the king had a great thirst for colour.
Don't ask me what the tale's about. I'm just here for the eye candy.
Ordered a contest across his realm.
Don't ask me what the tale's about. I'm just here for the eye candy.
The amazing singing Stefan! Sicil's only sentient severed head!
What are you looking at me for? There's a great show going on right in front of you. And look, there stands the world-famous Reginald the Entertainer. Better check it out if you don't want to miss the time of your life.
To have known Sigurd himself, that the king had a great thirst for colour.
I'm nothing but your average man taking in the best show I've ever seen. I'm amazed and astounded that for a meager gold coin or two, I can take in this first-rate entertainment all day long. Well, I've stumbled into quite the fine gig. I just let my appreciation for Reggie's work be known, and he slips me a few gold coins in return. My voice happens to carry pretty far. Cecile hears me. Cecile wants to see what the fuss is all about. And let me tell you, this amazing show just can't be beat.
Fantastic! Today, I think, a king. The great Sigurd and his rainbow of war machines.
What's that nutter in the back hollering about? I can hardly hear the show for all the ruckus.
Who is said to have known Sigurd himself.
This show is worth the hype. Though that bloke in the back seems to be having a bit too much fun, if you ask me.
What's that nutter in the back hollering about? I can hardly hear the show for all the ruckus.
This here is the greatest illusion in...
Don't ask me what the tale's about. I'm just here for the eye candy.
Ha! By the seven.
Today, I think, a king. The great Sigurd and his rainbow of war machines. It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew Elba, who knew Elliot, who is said to have known Sigurd himself, that the king had a great thirst of colour. So ardently did he crave creamy blues and gory reds.
You there! Take a seat. Prepare to laugh your head off, cry your eyes out, and teeter on the edge of your seat with an original tale from Stefan, the talking severed head. I am Reginald the Illusionist, purveyor of the most amazing artifact in Andevale. This fantastical talking head. Catch the act while you can. This show will only remain in Sicil as long as there are Legion soldiers to entertain. Are you impressed by my prowess in the arts of entertainment? Nothing attracts a crowd like a crowd. And that crowd warmer has increased my profits by 60%, simply by showing a little honest appreciation for our show. Why do I care what tall tales you've heard about Stefan's origins? Try to do something about it, if you dare. The fair's full of legionnaires who love no better entertainment than cutting down a source hunter for stirring up trouble.
Ah! My word!
Fantastic!
My word!
My word!
He's right, you know. We can hardly walk off with a talking head in the middle of a crowded fair.
We'll just have to think of something more clever than daylight robbery.
You there! You don't look like someone who's ever been serenaded by a severed head.
My word!
Step right up!
My word!
Fantastic!
My word!
Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti... Oh, excuse me, I'm trying to prepare for the next show. Autographs will have to wait until the end. I doubt I have to tell you that I am the amazing singing Stefan, the only sentient severed head in Sicile. My audience sings my praises from hill and dale. Psst! You're a source hunter, aren't you? Oh, bless the seven. Look, you've got to help me. I've been kidnapped. Pleasure to meet you. Now, please, Stefan has many fans to meet today. Psst, now help me. Take me to Reginald's cellar. There I will reveal everything. It won't be the worst indignation I've suffered. Get on with it, then.
We will have none of that, you hear?
Bravo! Yeehaw!
My word!
Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti... Oh, excuse me, I'm trying to prepare for the next show. Autographs will have to wait. What do you call a source hunter who finds a way to draw a crowd away from where he or she would like to perform a clandestine operation? A resourceful hunter.
Come now, it can't be that hard to find something to draw off the attention of this bleating herd. Today, I think, a king. The great Sigurd and his rainbow of war machines. It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew Elbaf, who knew Elliot, who is said to have known Sigurd himself.
Fantastic! Come on! Come all! Can't you hear the stage calling you?
What a tale!
My word!
Ha! Tricks are for kids! This here is the greatest illusion in Handle-it! Ha! You there! Take a seat! Prepare to laugh your...
Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti...
Word.
Today, I think, a king. The great Sigurd and his rainbow of war machines. It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew Elbaf, who knew Elliot, who is said to have known Sigurd himself, that the king had a great thirst for colour. So ardently did he crave creamy blues and gory reds that he ordered a contest across his realm.
My word.
Today, I think, a king. The great Sigurd and his rainbow of war machines. It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew Elbaf, who knew Elliot, who is said to have known Sigurd himself, that the king had a great thirst for colour. It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew Elbaf, who knew Elliot, who is said to have known Sigurd himself, that the king had a great thirst for colour. So ardently did he crave creamy blues and gory reds that he ordered a contest across his realm.
Yeehaw!
Come one, come all!
Show all of them! Sight seal what you're made of!
Zombie ate your dog? Orc sunk your ship? No matter! You're at Katerina's Fair, a veritable summer home for troubled minds. Won't you take a seat and let our esteemed entertainers whisk you off to a better place? Well, I'm Katerina the Fair, fairest first lady of the fair, of course. I do love making the acquaintance of my patrons, and who knows which of them might become one of my performers. I've an open stage in want of talent, and I've often found the best young performers among the rank and file of the audience.
Sight seal what you're made of!
The theatre's fever has overcome you, has it? Marvelous! I do so love a fresh green talent ready to bloom. But I support players, not writers, you see. If you want to perform here, you'll have to find tried and true material. Check the library and see if any of the classics there interest you. I'd love to see a Source Hunters take on one of the old standards.
Can't you hear the stage calling
Fantastic.
you? My word!
Today, I think, a king. The great Sigurd and his rainbow of war machines. It is said,
Fantastic.
and this I have heard from a ghost who knew Elbaf, who knew Elliot, who is said to have known Sigurd himself.
You there! My word! Just waiting for his big debut.
My word.
Enjoying the fair, aren't you? Well, I've an open stage in one...
Fantastic.
Come on! Can't you hear the stage calling you?
It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew Elbaf, who knew Elliot, who is said to have known Sigurd himself.
My word.
That the king had a great
Performers, showmen, show all of them! Sight seal what you're made of!
creamy blues and gory reds that he ordered a
Fantastic! Bravo!
me for? There's a great show going on right in front of you.
You there? And who are you supposed to be? Oh, I should have been one of the greats. But here I am gathering peasants to watch peasants perform broadside pageants for peanuts. No, really? I hadn't noticed. If not for this ridiculous condition, you'd know me as the king's favorite thespian. Don't you have an impressive library here in Sicil? I'm sure that beast of a librarian could rustle something up for you. What is it this time? No, really? I hadn't noticed. If not for this ridiculous condition, you'd know me as the king's favorite thespian. What is it? No.
By the seven, what a tale!
You there? You look like an actor just waiting for his big debut. Come on! Come on! Can't you hear the stage calling you? Come on! Come on! Can't you hear the stage calling you? Performers, showmen, show all of Sicil what you're made of. Not beer and flatulence. You there? You look like an actor just waiting for his big debut.
Puddles. Puddles everywhere.
What is it this time? No. What is it? This take it up with Katerina. She's the master of this pig circus after all.
By the seven, what a tale!
You there? You look like an actor just waiting for his big debut. You there? Sit! Stay a while. Right in front. I'll excite you. I'll delight you. I'll beguile you. I'll besmile you. I'm Cedric the Sensational, and I'm playing to an empty audience. Don't pity me. No, sir. Just a few years ago, I was the all-singing, all-dancing, all-sensational darling of the town. People came from far and wide just to witness my amazing act. When Reginald came, he brought some fantastic prop with him. Now, have you seen it? A talking head! Now, I never expected a silly gimmick like that to be my main competition. It seems even my usually choosy audience has been taken in by that hack's little gizmo. I'm a man of skill, sleight of hand, feats of wit, and pure entertainment. This curio is ruining what used to be an art. And even when there's no crowd to speak of, old Reggie still has at least one fan calling bravo and hee-haw. Sure as the sun sets, that one devotee attracts 5 more, and those 5 more all curious about the commotion. I don't know how he inspires such loyalty with less talent contained between his hat and his boots than I've in my crusty handkerchief. I, a person whose sole job is to praise the performance and stir a crowd. A genius invention. No wonder Reginald has had such success. I knew his act couldn't have outshone mine on its merits alone. Please, you must hire him for me. Imagine the scowl on that conman's face when my rightful audience returns to me. A must-see event.
Ah, cruel fortune.
You there? You look like an actor just waiting for his big debut. Come on!
Have some pity.
Can't you hear the stage calling you?
1 coin or 2, noble spirit? 1 coin or 2? Oh, I am a happy man, and certainly a humble one now. It turns out losing it all has its own share of benefits. Ah, a fool once was I, and ever seeking greater satisfaction than that which I already enjoyed. In my folly, I sought the counsel of those notorious Watcher statues on the western cliffs. Their guidance ruined any small fortune I might have had, but certainly granted me humility. I'd heard they were not to be trusted, that they gave fools' advice to the fools who sought them, but somehow I believed that I was the exception. They told me that I would find fame and renown if I renounced my worldly possessions, all my worldly possessions, and became a great figure of piety and humility. Fire, the most thorough cleanser, was my method. But as my house burned in front of me, I felt no elevation, no piety, only the sudden weight of my own idiocy upon my very soul.
So those statues told him he'd have to renounce his earthly possessions to become a spiritual leader, did they?
Can you spare
Absurd. Since when is poverty a prerequisite of spirituality?
Some of the richest people in the world are also some of the most miserable. Gold can purchase many things, but neither joy nor wisdom are among them.
Have some pity. Have some pity. Noble spirit, will you... Oh, I am a happy man, and certainly a humble one now. It turns out losing it all has its own share of... Noble spirit, will you spare a coin this time? Can you spare a coin?
The Legion stands at the ready. You don't look like you're quite ready to head out into the undead-infested wilds to me. Also, a party of 1 or 2 runs the risk of being outflanked and outnumbered. I'd bring some back. Thank you for heeding my words of warning, Hunter.
Return marks of victory, Hunter. We'll vanquish our foes yet. You're a source hunter, aren't you? They say you can talk to animals, but I, for one, won't be falling for such a tall tale. I wouldn't venture too far out of town if I were you. Or whose invention? The stasis blaster. It's quite a sight, no? The ray can singe a zombie or skeleton to ash in a matter of seconds. These days, we Legionnaires hold a lottery to see who gets to man the things. You can bet it's no small amount easier to blast those flesh-eating monstrosities from a distance than to get within striking range. Don't ask me how the blaster works, though. I just make sure the thing's hitting its targets.
Salutations!
Attention!
A source hunter will always receive a warm welcome at the town hall of Sicil. I'm sure Mayor Cecil is looking forward to making your acquaintance.
A source hunter will always receive a warm welcome at the Town Hall of Sisal. I'm...
Not the mood for cheese. The excuse is more holes than a slice of this fine almond bag.
Join the Spud Club if you've got an eye for farm potatoes.
That rooster thinks he's such hot stuff, posing for Jerome like that. Someone ought to tell him his waddle waggles when he crows, same as the rest.
So you're just hanging around again, are you? Waiting for what?
Oh, fancy that. A source hunter barging in when the lady of the house is fully dressed. Who could have fathomed such a thing?
Pay the big cheese on your book for the wheel of the good.
Let's see. Key, lockpick, or hammer?